Yeah, and I think you want me to. I just wanna show you, baby, you're my whole. Yeah, I'm only saying the truth. I give you my word to never ever hurt you, and I know it's no excuse. You're the only one. You're the only one. Mm. And with your eyes, you took all the pain. You walked through the fire, made it go away. When we ignite, we burn to the light. Something tells me that you already know that. I just wanna hold you, and I think you want me to. I just wanna show you, baby, you're my whole world. Yeah, I'm only saying the truth. I give you my word to never ever hurt you, and I know it's no excuse. You're the only one. You're the only one. Mm. And with your eyes, you took all the pain. You walked through the fire, made it go away. When we ignite, something tells me no. That everything won't be done. It's strange, I feel change, but the memories still feel the same. Oh, I remember it like yesterday. I'm stuck in motion, but I can't stay. See your ghost in the streets of Paris, for your face on the city sky. So I keep walking the streets of Paris. I don't think I'm going home tonight. He is dancing French beauty, but I'm less. You help me on, I got too much. But some things are just too hard to touch. Feel ghosts in the streets of Paris. For your face on the ticket. So I keep walking the streets of Paris. I don't think I'm going home tonight. You told me to call you. Dancing no. Everybody gets high sometimes, you know. What else can we do when we feeling low? So take a deep breath and let it go. You shouldn't be drowning on your own. And if you feel you're sinking, I would jump right over into cold water for you. Long time take us into different places. I will still be patient with you. I hope you know I won't let go. I'll be on my tonight. I won't let go. I'll be on my Cause we all get lost and talking about it. It's how we learn and how we grow. I wanna name it, but I'm on. Shouldn't be fighting on your own. And if you feel you're sinking, I would jump right over into cold water for you. All the time that you take us into different places, I will still be patient with you. I hope you know I won't let go. I'll be on tonight. I won't let go. Stars showed up for us. So fun, me. I wanna feel from my skin. I'm gonna be so happy. When for us again, so that I can hold you close and never let you go again. I wanna feel one from your skin. I'm gonna make you feel it's so hard to see. Can I tell you something just between you and me? When I hear your voice, I know I'm finally free. Every single word is perfect as it can be. I need you here with me. But when you lift me up, I know that I can't speak it.
Morning, everybody. We'll be starting the proceedings in about 10 minutes at 9 a.m. Miigwech.
It's nothing ever stays the same. When they ask me what is it you feel, it's nothing but the pain. It's nothing but the taste of her lips. Like, such a amateur. That is not true.
Good morning. Wache, bonjour. Hello. Ani. Welcome to the Independent First Nations Alliance First Education Summit. And this morning and tomorrow, the theme of the 2 days is empowering communities through education. So my name is Murray Wabus, and I'm with Wabus Consulting. And I've been asked to facilitate the 2 days, next 2 days. So I'd like to welcome everybody, elders, leaders, chiefs, proxies, no, just kidding. The staff and everyone who's actually traveled here to Winnipeg to do this very important work. So what I'd like to do, just to begin, is to go through the agenda quickly. And then, then after that, I will call upon our elder, Rita Flett from Garden Hill First Nations here in Manitoba to do our opening prayer. So I'll begin with the agenda. So day one topics consist of registration as well as breakfast, 8 a.m. And then we're here now today for the opening remarks. So we'll have the opening prayer with Elder Rita Flett and welcoming remarks from Jonathan Gregg, Acting CEO, as well as Director for Strategic Directions from the Independent First Nations Alliance. At 9:15 a.m., we will have an overview of the IFNA Education Department as well as programs with Leslie Anderson and Cassandra Strickland. So at 9:30, we will have intervention reading with Barbara Williams from Learn Styles. At 10 o'clock, we'll have a community education panel consisting of Amanda Senwap from KI, Piganju, I'm sorry, and Craig Tossett from White Sand First Nation, and Stephanie Davis, I believe, from Laxwell. Health break is at 10:30, 11. We have NNEC post-secondary presentation from Janice Johnson from the Northern Anishinaabe Education Council, also known as NNEC. And then at 1 p.m., we have Indigenous Services Canada presentation with elementary and secondary on the elementary and secondary school education programs from Ramona Merritt and Brittany Simpson. At 2:30, we'll have a health break. And then at 2:45, we'll have literacy and numeracy with Brenda DeLorme from the Manitoba Education First Nations Education Resource Center. And then at 3:45, we'll wrap things up. So that concludes day one. Day two, next page over, is we'll have breakfast at 8 a.m. We'll have a recap of day one at 9 a.m. 9:15, we'll have community survey results that will be presented by Education Director, IFNA Education Director Leslie Anderson. And then at 10, we'll have a health break. And then at 10:15, we'll have a sharing circle to 12 p.m. lunch. And then at 1 p.m., we'll have a sharing circle continued. And if we end off earlier in the day, we will just end off earlier. But we'll have a health break according to the schedule at 2:30 p.m. And at 2:45 p.m., we'll wrap up and do closing remarks, as well as ending off with an elder prayer. So that completes the agenda portion of it. So next, I'd like to call upon Elder Rita Flett for the opening prayer.
Good evening. I'm a young elder. My niece is Amanda Sanawap, and she had inboxed me to see if I was available to do the opening prayer for this summit, and I'm really glad to oblige by any request that is needed out there. If I'm available, and always trying to help our own people and trying to help in any way I can. As the MC said, I am originally from Garden Hill First Nation, mostly raised in a nearby community, a Métis community. I'm a Métis person. My dad was white and my mom was Aboriginal from the Garden Hill First Nation. And I've been a healthcare manager at many organizations, trying to help them fulfill their health needs in their community. That's been my calling, and also a social worker with child and family for, I don't know, maybe 17 years. And I work at Health Sciences Center, implementing all the Aboriginal programs that are existing right now. So been around for quite a bit. Ega nananakam aksemantu wega mamuskayak. Wega bijayak mina tatas ndamakwe anukiwan kagamina kuyak. Mandu kwansa kayan kok ega mandu musak kaganunam dathagizga. Wega gabman kuyak mina wega mina kuch kaithayak kitiskanakwanam. Wetam stay kaipani kuyak. Wega pian kuyak. Mistake wapandaman, egamna mistake semen weki wetaka unjiaka tanabiak. Ega mistake akar ande me again when kap matsian. I often see through social media all the hardships that our communities are going through. And I just I pray for those communities, even though I might not know the people that are affected with the trauma or whatever is happening. And so missing as a ktihak, missing gemetathab mama as a gono ktihak aganaguik. Gono gotan kikaya. Mega te pake man kio apan okagions metathab maguik. Basic minan kinundan onago okamakan wine Manitoba egi apanagagi ayats get time book apanage egions mazats. Mega te man kipan okamakanut in Poplar River. Ega we musica ganuguik. Ega Tsikwanji music of Matsunam. And when music is going to go Kchamnam, Mina gonna cap mutu to an emian. Mina gap ugonon cap me it the magui who gonna kchihak. Ich can mam no gonna kchihak musica gonna in our community. With Katanabik. Before I say a prayer, just a little story. There was a time when we had a lot of support. As we all stand here, we look at our past, and we see the people that have supported us throughout why we're here. We had our parents, we had our grandparents, we had our aunties, and we had our elders. And we had all the support system in our lives. And but at one point, when we look back, we seen all that support. We seen our mom, we seen our dad, our grandparents, our aunties, our elders, and all these people that were healers and helpers in our communities. And then it'll come one time that you won't see anybody back there, and this is where you stand. will become that person and then these young people are going to look at us, our nieces, our grandchildren, our children. It's our time. And then we need to listen to what our elders have to say while they're still with us. While we have these events in our communities, there might be churches, ceremonies, and whatever. Those teachings will always stay with you. My late grandfather always said that teachings comes from the land, which he means the culture and the language. And even though I went to residential school too, and lost most of my language too. But my family made an effort for me to learn through trap lines, just taking me out of the community, just to hear that language, not just the English language, but just to listen, because that's our mother tongue. It comes from the heart. When I speak English, I can't feel my heart, but when I speak my Ansnabeamon, my language, then I'm able to feel it. I'm able to feel our connection to our Creator. Well, and so I just wanted to share that with you. I'm not here. I wasn't supposed to preach, but I'm going to pray. But I like sharing and encouraging people, you know. And I've been a widow 10 years, almost 11 years. My husband had passed away at work. He was an addictions professional, and he had suffered an aneurysm at work, very sudden. And so I've been a widow, and ever since that time, I had to find ways of healing. And one of them was to a lot of prayer, being with elders, and just being in communities, and being with my family in Bekanjikam, and also I'm an avid marathon runner. I run in different countries, and so that's just one of the things that I've took on upon myself to heal in a healing way. And so so I'm thankful that everybody's here. Continue to work from your heart, continue to work hard for the children that you are serving, because they are our future, and they are going to carry us through all these traumas that we've been through. We're the generation that are bringing up the healing. We are the generation that's going to say, it's stop. We need to stop what's happening with the governmental abuses that we've been through. So, Heavenly Father, we give you thanks at this time that we're able to come together as your will. Our Creator, we just want to thank you for all that you've done for us. We pray for our communities. We pray for our families that we've left behind. We ask you, Lord, that that you will just look after our children and our young people, because we worry about them. And we just ask you for knowledge and wisdom as we learn these past in the next few days, Lord, that you will give us some insight new insight on how to serve our children and our youth. Kasimando is na nakam guyan kasimando nung wega pichumuna gizagak minam wega kawaban de siang gabazih kaziatin ega eketien bezga tsigizapiag wega zatin ega nung meze mehtamoga gonok to not go out to go on that it'll carry us through our prayers. So I just ask you, Lord, that you just be with us. So I pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen. And I'm 61 years old, so I think I'm a capable elder.
Thank you, Rita. Miigwech, thank you, Rita. Thank you for the words of wisdom as well as your kind words as well. And definitely that's why we're here. We're here for the students that are attending our community schools, as well as attending school outside in Sioux Lookout, Thunder Bay, and other areas. So over the next 2 days, today we'll focus on providing you with information with regards to what programs are out there in the areas of funding, post-secondary, elementary, as well as secondary school. So today we'll be just focused on presentations. So there's going to be a lot of listening and a lot of good information that will be shared. So just a couple of housekeeping items before our next speaker is that if you have a cell phone, please surrender it at the doors. No, just kidding. Please put it on vibrate or else silent, just so that at least we're not interrupted during the session. So if I could have everybody put their cell phones on silent. The next item is if you need to go to the washroom, the washrooms are available out these doors to your left, and then past the elevators, take another left down the hallway, and just right after the bench on the left, take a right. And for the men, take another right. And for the ladies, take a right and then left. You'll see the signs there. And then one more final thing, lunch and breakfast will be provided over the next couple of days. So please feel free to make yourselves at home. So there's coffee, there's tea, and other drinks available throughout the whole day. Okay. So with that, I will ask our next individual, Jonathan Gregg, from the Independent First Nations Alliance, to say a few opening remarks on behalf of IFNA.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. I was just on the phone with Chief Donnie Morris, uncle. He's my uncle also. So it's always, we always tease each other all the time if those that have uncles up there. He sends his regrets for his community unable to attend. There's a lot of things going on in the community. He just said we have a lot of drug issues. We have shortage of staff and education, and not everyone could make it. So they're dealing with their things, and but he says, of course, education is very important to them in their community, and along with the rest of us. You know, I just want to. I started looking after education about a year ago, over a year ago, and you know, just some of the stories that we hear from our kids up north and the struggles that they go through. We have a lot of work to do, and it's not just us educators and teachers; it's a community. And I know there's the difficulties in all of our communities, and they're very unique and they're very challenging. But I always remember what my grandmother always said to me: never give up. She's passed away this past year, and she always told me, make sure you pray. Basic one Bible verse semitu. Basic one prayer for your kids. And you know, we get so busy sometimes with life, just to do those things, to say one prayer for your family, say one prayer for your kids every day. That's challenging, because sometimes we forget. We get so busy with our lives that we forget to pray for the important things in our lives. And that's one thing that I want to say is learning to work with Leslie and her team there. You know, I try to let them run their program the way they want to run their program, because they're in it. They're the ones doing it. But I'm there for their support. I'm always looking out for them. And with you guys here, I want to appreciate all of you guys coming here. And we want to hear your challenges. We want to hear your struggles. We want to hear your aspirations and dreams. Because, you know, like our elder just said, even though she's 61, she speaks pretty good. It's about our youth and it's about moving forward. They're going to be our future generations. They're going to be the ones looking after us. They're going to be the chiefs and the people, and we're going to be the ones praying for an opening meeting in 10 years, 15 years. So we have to look after them so they don't throw us in a home and forget about us. I always tease my mom. I think my mom just turned 65. I said, Mom, you better be nice to me or else I'm going to retire you and put you in the home. I don't think my mom would ever let me do that, if some of you know who my mom is. But I just want to encourage you to be honest and open and speak from the heart. And if you don't like how we're doing things, you got to let us know too, because if there ain't no change, or if you guys don't tell us, IFNA, you're not doing a great job, you have to let us know. We're here to work together. We're here to make change for our future. But be a little bit nice if you're gonna come down on us. That's all I ask. Thank you, guys. Enjoy the next few days. Yeah.
Any questions, Jonathan? Thank you for the words, and again, we're here to look at improving our programs and services for the students that we work for. And as Jonathan said, you know, if we don't look after them, who's going to look after us when we get older? So, and that's so true. You know, that circle goes in a full circle in terms of life. And if we don't take care of our kids, who's going to take care of us when we get older? So miigwech for that. And definitely, please, I encourage you to, you know, be open, honest, as well as part of that honesty does not mean being mean or anything, but they also need to know what needs to be done. Okay, and also too, you as frontline and also community members know the best with regards to what services you need. So please don't hold back just to think that you're saying something that might hurt people either. But that's what IFNA is here for, just to ensure that you're autonomous as well as you're able to provide those services that are needed by the students, and they certainly deserve. So miigwech. So next, oh yes, just to mention that we are also live streaming the 2-day session too. Probably the main components of it. The sharing circle will be doing more of a hands-on exercise tomorrow, and we'll be asking a bunch of questions in relation to services as well as service improvements. So again, we are live streaming. So for those who are missing the actual event, or who would like to review the event later on, either with their staff or just to kind of get more of an understanding, it will be live streamed. Much. So next on the agenda, we have an overview from the IFNA Education Department. So I'd like to invite Leslie Anderson, who's the Education Director, as well as Cassandra Strickland, who's the Education Manager, who will be doing a presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to try to talk fast because I only have 8 minutes, but we'll have lots of time for questions over the next 2 days. Once again, welcome. I am very excited to be here with you guys today. And very excited for us to host our first education summit. This has been a request from our chiefs for the last 3 terms for us to bring our communities together within our tribal council, but not only to focus on education personnel, but to focus on community voices and other departments. As we all know, within our departments, we're so severely underfunded, especially within education. So working together along health services, economic development, we need to be smarter in what proposals we choose to go after to service our students and our communities. In our First Nation communities, education is more than a learning path. It's a powerful tool for resilience, cultural preservation, and economic independence. Your schools are the central hubs where traditions and knowledge are passed down to your youth and the new generations that will build the skills and confidence needed to thrive. Education provides the keys to opportunity, empowerment, and hope for sustainable growth, and especially in the regions where we have limited access to resources and we are geographically isolated. Let me figure out how to work this clipper here. So I'm just going to briefly go over what IFNA education does. It's a whole lot. To some, it might not be. However, we are very limited with our services. So I'm just going to give a quick walkthrough of what we can do, what we do, and some of the resolutions that were passed by the chiefs to mandate our services. I believe in transparency. So what I'm going to provide as well is a breakdown on a basic ISC funding for student services within a tribal council. So what we can offer is leadership, coaching, and mentoring for school principals. Not only school principals, but school staff in general. Support for school operations and management, school improvement planning, professional learning and development, student addictions and guidance counseling, Indigenous language and cultural program support. So all these things look different for your community. Some are more far advanced compared to others, and we will hear more from those who are presenting. Again, what works for one community might not work for yours, but we can take bits and pieces to create a plan and have an end goal. So contracted services, we do a lot of special education for cognitive and behavioral assessments, language and speech. Literacy and numeracy is our #1 focus within our program. And a lot of these services are for high school services, high school student services, in which is part of our big program. We also can offer a lot of help for communities to hire, retain teachers. So it's just about what your community wants and what your education director and schools principals are in need of. My job is to support. I don't come into the communities and say, well, the chiefs at the meetings told me to do this. This is what we're mandated to do. I respect the leadership that you have in place for your programs. So I work with them. I listen to them, what their requests are, when they need us, when they need me. And you'll see me sometimes in a community more than opposed to another community. And that's because there's no requests. IFNA education was very vacant for the last, many, many years within the communities. And now we are trying to come in, show our faces more, and that could scare some people, thinking that, okay, another entity is coming in to take over services within the community. And we are all about empowerment, self-governance. We never want to take anything over. We never want to go after anything that would affect a community. We are the back door beside you, never against you. So some of the IFNA education resolutions, I had to do a little research here. In 2011, the chiefs mandated the transfer of services from NNAC. So there were some issues. I'm not fully aware, but it was big on the importance of localized governance, focusing on enhancing student safety, well-being, and academic success, originally for students in KI, Pikangikum, and Muskrat Dam. So the transfer marked a crucial first step in ensuring high school services were delivered in alignment with community needs. So the full implementation began in 2012, where another resolution came in. In 2018, there was organizational restructuring to strengthen not only education services, but other program departments within IFNA. The IFNA chiefs were endorsed with a restructuring plan, which led to updated organizational charts to streamline and enhance services across your community departments, and particularly in education. So this restructuring laid the foundation for IFNA and program delivery services. 2019, a resolution came into play for our IFNA student housing. This was a request that was made, I believe, because of a lot of students not receiving services in the city. A lot of students' lives were lost. Students were tired of being placed in the homes of strangers, and services just weren't naturally being met. So a resolution passed, and they collaborated with another company, which is known as 170. And that 170 company is closely related to all of your communities. The chiefs in the communities are the owners of that community. So they built the student residence, which was a $1.4 million plan. 2023, another resolution passed through in regards to regional education agreements. So IFNA does not have a set regional education agreement. We are still playing around with the agreement. And right now where we stand is with our education gatherings, bringing our communities together. Before we had this education summit, we used to have our EPP, which is our Education Partnership Programs meetings, where we would just bring your education staff together. Basically the same thing, share ideas, professional development, and we'd go from there. And it'd be about a group of 15 individuals. So that, amongst that, we had the 2023 resolution to enhance student services for restructuring, funding, and culturally relevant frameworks for education. This resolution specifically states that IFNA will continue to provide services for your high school students, whether it's home away or in boarding homes, and look for other funding avenues for
Sioux Lookout, as well as ensuring that there's also services that are available for officer community members that might be able to access some of the wraparound services as well as some forms of assistance. So that was an excellent overview and presentation. And with regards to some of the programming that's done within the just within Sioux Lookout, it's great to see that youth are being exposed to land-based programming and also traditional pursuits. And there's a lot of outdoor activities, as you know, with a lot of youth. They are, they do need a lot of activities. So now we are ready with our next presenter, Barbara Williams. And Barbara Williams is with Learning Style. So Barbara, take it away.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay? This is just a tech check. Maybe somebody just say in the chat that you can hear
Have
me.
a little bit more volume, please.
Okay. Is that clearer? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I'm happy to be invited and included in your presentation today. I was asked by Leslie just to relay some of the successes that we've had. I'm Barbara, Director of Reading Intervention at Learn Style, and we have offered after-school reading tutoring for students over the past few years. This is now year 3. And Leslie asked if I would share some of the successes that have made this project take shape with your students. And I'm pleased to share some of those ideas today. What we offer, we meet with your students on a one-to-one basis and virtually. This has enabled us to offer an equity of service to your students, something that's very important. In this time in the province, we're really focusing on ensuring reading is available for every student. So just like services in the South, there should be equal access for all communities. One way to ensure that is by having a virtual mode of delivery. With it being one-to-one, we've found that has been very helpful for your students. We're able to develop a sense of rapport, and it's on an individual basis. Very often we notice students are shy or reserved at the beginning, and quickly they establish a trusted rapport with our coach. And that's something that's been really positive to see. So that engagement is something that matters a lot to us. In meeting with your EPP coordinators or your educational care team, I'm part of regular ongoing discussions around creating a schedule, that ideal time of the day when the student would be most likely to participate in the reading. And working together in that collaboration has been helpful and essential for a student to really see why the reading is important and how a team is there caring about their development and progress. Some of the goals that we talk about with the students, the goals that they have for reading, for what reading in English means to them, as they create their path and walk in 2 worlds. It's not English more important than the first language or native language, but what are their educational goals related to reading in English? Part of the reason this project has taken place as well is to increase the graduation rates, to really help them see and discuss their goals for post-secondary, that this would be possible for them, and how that reading level would also make post-secondary possible. It's been a joy to see students who have completed our reading program. One of the biggest things that we see is an increase in their confidence. Day by day, meeting with them, reading at just making incremental progress each day. We see the confidence building, and this has looked many different ways. So some success stories that I would like to just say. We have started with some students who were too scared to speak out loud, let alone read out loud. And day by day, with the encouragement of the team and their reading coach, they have been showing bravery to speak out loud, to read out loud. And by the end of that program, over a couple of months, we see students being more confident, being a leader in their home, being a leader in their class. We have seen students take that confidence to employment, jobs that they're proud of, leadership in team sports, something that's very important to them. And also the with sports being such an important factor in their lives, wanting to balance out when is it time for tutoring, when is it time for sports, and how can we channel some of that thinking about sportsmanship, becoming a better athlete, looking at what that takes, a practice of small skills. It's similar with building reading skills, and that's something that has resonated with some of our students as well. Often we are beginning with students who are non-readers and have had many years of maybe feeling frustrated or feeling embarrassed about not being able to read. And our program can start at the very beginning, and we explain that to the student and we go at their pace. In that way, we build trust, and we've had some really big success stories of students who never thought that they would read, now being able to sound out words or read the assignments in class. One of our biggest success stories was a student who was a non-reader, put a lot of effort into hiding that from his peers. And what we saw with this young man over a couple of months, he would show up, do the reading program. Because it was in private, other peers didn't know what level of reading he was at. And so he was able to preserve that self-esteem. And day by day, he saw improvement. We were really, really pleased to hear that at the end of that school year, he was a leader in the tutoring, the after-school tutoring, encouraging his peers to sign in, log on to the call and participate. He was a leader in the classroom where he saw his grades improve in many subjects, not just this tutoring portion of the day. And he also became a leader in the school when months before he was seen in a very different way because he was feeling unsure of himself and not that confident. So I just wanted to say how much we appreciate this connection, the team approach, getting it right for each student, considering what that might mean for them, what time, what days, what's going on in their lives, so that we can help prioritize reading tutoring when it makes sense. I guess also I would just say that in several of the communities now we're doing reading assessments, and that information has proven to be very valuable, where we hear from the school staff, maybe they're not very sure of what the reading levels are for students, especially post-COVID, not really knowing where the academic or reading levels are. And we're able to do about a 30-minute assessment of reading screening and be able to give you a report to your planning team to clearly show which students are at grade level, which students are really needing support in reading. So in some of your communities, we've implemented this in a school day. In other communities, we do this after school. Some communities, we do this all throughout the summer as well. So it's at your direction, your decisions with your groups, your planning teams, and what makes sense. So I just wanted to spend just a couple minutes today explaining some of the service that we have. And certainly Leslie and Cassandra can tell you more about that. And I'd be happy to connect any of you with information if you'd like to know more. And if it's appropriate now, if anybody does have questions, I'd be able to stay on and answer a few questions.
Thank you, Barbara. Are there any
Thank-
questions for Barbara? Okay, thank you very much, Barbara. I really appreciate you spending some time and informing the the participants here just with regards to the range of services and what you're doing with a lot of the students. Thank you, Miigwech.
Rich, thank you. Have a good day.
Gotcha. Okay, so next on the agenda, we are slightly behind, but certainly we do have plenty of time. So I'm going to ask the community education panel to come up. I believe there are two individuals that will be presenting here. As mentioned, due to some unfortunate circumstances, a lot of the KI members can't be here and aren't able to present. So can I have Amanda Senwap from Pekanchkum come up, as well as Craig Tossett from White Sand First Nation? So they're going to be doing a presentation, or else just an update in terms of the range of services that they're providing within the communities, and how they're addressing the needs with regards to education. So if I could have the panelists come up. No, the clicker's here.
Hello, good morning. Morning, Amanda Sanwap, Dishnikas. And I am the Assistant Director of Education for Pekanchkum Education Authority. My colleague there, Dean, gave everybody some papers to write your names down, and he's going to go around and collect your papers because we're going to do a draw after my presentation. Oh, Tikuap Mawamawin, and we have all this I guess our work swag to give away in a raffle. So we've done a number of presentations for different school boards and different organizations regarding our school, especially our language program. And I guess I'll go ahead with my presentation. So given the time frame that I was given to do this presentation, I'm just going to touch on some of the topics, which include language retention, our fast-growing nominal role, our graduation trends, our post-secondary and PLAR program, our staffing, our administration structure, role of education board, and allied health. I know it seems like long, but I'm just going to touch on each of those subjects briefly. So there's our school there. For our education, we have a board of trustees made up of 8. We have 8 trustees who work full time, and well, I don't want to read off my slide there, but I'm sure everybody can see it. So our school here is brand new. We opened the doors in 2016, and this school was built for 975 students. So when it opened its doors, we already had over 975 students, so it was already at capacity. So every year we get more and more students, and now we're at a nominal roll of over 1,700 students. And with that number of students, we also have a lot of staff. We have 400 plus staff, a lot of staff. So we've had to create all kinds of with that number of staff, we've had to create a big HR department. So our HR department consists of 5 employees. And yeah, and our students there, one interesting fact about our students is from K4 to grade 8, there's 4 classes for each grade. So there's a lot of students for each grade. And then we have grade 9 to 12, we have about, well, how many students, Dean? 500, maybe 500. And then our PLAR students, we have about, I don't know, 700 students maybe, because the number is always growing. So one of our mandates is, and our focus is on our language. Pikanchkam has one of the highest retention rates for our language. And with the number of students we have in our school, we have we've hired a native language teacher for every classroom. And we have a lot of native language teachers in our school. And a lot of our curriculum is done in the language. So we also have a, geez, I'm lost now. We have a language retention department that consists of elders. We have IT person in that department that helps with the native language teachers to print out whatever they need for their classrooms and their teachings. But yeah, so it's always a busy day at our school, trying to, you can just imagine 1,700 students and then 400 staff in that school. So we also have 2 full-time nurses. We have a student support services department. We have an attendance department. We have optometry program. What's interesting about the optometry program is, during COVID, we weren't able to get any kind of like these services. So right after COVID ended, we decided to start our own optometry program. So we kind of partnered with an optometrist from Lakehead, and they came in, and we asked our teachers in our school to like give us names of students that they felt like had vision problems. So that first trip they came in, they saw 100 students from the elementary grades. And do you know how many of those students had required really high, I guess, prescription glasses? All of them, 100%, all of them. Yeah, so yeah, every day is busy at our school. We also have an allied health program. This allied health program is we realized there was a gap in services for our students that have exceptional needs. And what we hired this company from down south, and they never came in person to assess our students. And so we partnered with the Kanscom Health Authority to create the Allied Health Department. So I was gonna share that video, but given the time frame, I don't think I have time. So there's some of our graduates and some of our elementary girls there in front of the school. And this is our Allied Health office. It's based in Winnipeg here. It's located on Portage Avenue. And we had our grand opening over a year ago. And some of the services that we offer through this Allied Health program is we have a speech pathologist, we have occupational therapist, we have physiotherapist, art therapist, we have a case manager, we have, and then we have plans to hire an audiologist, a psychologist, social workers, behavior therapists. So yeah, so this is really new, and we have a lot of school boards asking about how we were able to do this. So we just partnered with another department in our community. So yeah, this is working out really well. These therapists, their office is here in Winnipeg. So what they do is they come in shifts. So they come in once a week, like half of them will come in for the week, and then the other half will come in the following week. So that's like ongoing all year during the school year. And in 2022, we realized like there was a gap in like access to post-secondary for our graduates. Last year, we had 47 graduates in grade 12. And then this year, it's gonna double. We'll have about 100 graduates. So in 2022, me and a few of my colleagues went to Queen's University to propose a partnership with the university in Kingston, and which is where this was created, the Indigenous Teacher Education Program. So this started, the first cohort of students started in July. It was July. We have 15 students in that program. And then we have another 15 students that are gonna start soon. So the idea with this is so our teachers can stay in the community while trying to reach their Bachelor of Education. So that's really exciting. And I think this is the first time Queen's University has partnered with our remote First Nation. And then our PLAR program keeps continuing to grow. And this photo here was just from last week. We had an event for all our PLAR students. So they came in and played some bingo. Yeah, so yes, some of the recruitment tactics that our PLAR team does. And the personal support worker program that just started. And we have, I believe, 9 students in that program, because I don't know, maybe some of you have heard that Kanscom just opened an elders home. And we're looking at like post-secondary programs that will, pick up the students once they finish these programs. So that's a great program. Yeah, that's an interesting classroom. I went into that classroom before it started. So there's like hospital beds in there. There's dummies in the beds, and yeah, some exciting stuff. That one's gonna be about 9 months.
So these are some of our students. We have a a large cultural program in our school. So we're able to take our students out into the land and go hunting. So these were recent in the last few weeks. So some of our staff took out some of the students to go hunting, and yeah, so it's just our way of keeping our students connected with the land, and they also took elders, and yeah, so I think it's important for our students to maintain that relationship with the land. So our mandate there at the school is our elders, their vision. And this is one of our late elders. His name is Norman Quell. He was a cultural instructor for our school for 30 plus years. And I think it's really important to remember that their vision, our elders, even like back in 2004, Norman had said to this conference at the time, I'm just going to read it. Our goal is embodied in what Elder Norman Quell told a gathering of non-native academics and researchers at a conference in 2004. Norman said, our young people will continue to learn all our customary knowledge, tradition, and at the same time, they will learn everything that the scholars at this conference knew. And in time, Pikanchkam young people will become the teachers who will teach the following generations the knowledge of both of these traditions. And I always like to share this quote, especially when I'm presenting, because their vision, we have to keep carrying their vision forward, because basically they knew what they were saying even way back then. Yeah, and I just wanted to mention that our post-secondary programs, we have a lot of innovative ideas that we want to put on the table, that we need to, because we have really low post-secondary numbers in the community for our size. So we're very limited in our how our post-secondary funding is distributed, and the current post-secondary funder, NNEC, really limits how we carry how we help our post-secondary students. So we're kind of in the process of trying to move forward and taking over our own post-secondary funding. So the Queen's program and the personal support worker program are just some of the things that we're doing to, I guess, help our graduates to keep attending, like keep moving forward in their education, I guess. And yeah, and I guess yeah, I think that's it. And I just want to call out Dean so he can do his raffle really quick.
Thank you, Amanda. Miigwech, Amanda. That was a great presentation, and thank you very much for sharing so much. And feel proud that you're doing excellent work, as well as the staff. Those numbers are staggering in terms of the amount of students and the school that was built. The population has doubled, so looks like you're doing a lot of great work. So I'm gonna just maybe perhaps get Amanda to start naming off some names, or if she wants to hand them to me. Go ahead.
Roy Morris, Muskrat. Matthew Wabus. Okay, you get to pick two. Yeah.
So you get to pick two items.
Angela Noden. Two, you get to pick two. Roy, two, you get to pick two. Two, yeah. Hmm? Leslie.
Six.
Uh, what does that say? Jim, I can't read the last name. Novich. Okay. John Fiddler. How many more? Craig Tusset. This one says, where are the Utah hockey tickets? It says Bradley Morris. Rita Flat, she's not here.
Or are we gonna save that for Rita when she comes back?
I don't know. She's not back until tomorrow.
Maybe just
So-
for like people who are here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, grab one more. Yeah. This is the last one. Olivia Duncan.
Introduce you. Yeah. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your generosity. And that was a great presentation. So let's give it a hand for Amanda, as well as Dean, for his generosity of outfitting everybody with some fine attire, some fine clothing. Thank you very much for the presentation. Next, we have Craig Tossett. So we also will be having refreshments and food coming in for the break at 10:30. But please, Craig, take the time that you need in order to provide the presentation. And if you need, or else if you need to grab something, feel free to get up and grab some food. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Craig. Okay, that's good. Morning, everybody. I guess I'll start off by apologizing first for my stuttering, my nervousness. I wasn't prepared to do this. And I come and show up yesterday, last night at dinner, they show me the agenda of mine making a presentation. So thank you, Leslie. So again, I put something together very quickly this morning here. Got a hold of our education department to get me some information. So I just actually finished putting this together. So White Sand First Nation has been, I guess, when we got back onto the land and a reserve status and start providing programming for our members was in the 90s. So we are fairly new. We do have an early childhood development program, provide elementary services, secondary school services, post-secondary, and we're doing adult education at one point. And again, I think one of our biggest issues and problems is with staffing. Currently, all of these programs are being ran with about 3 staff. So again, it is quite difficult. Elementary school, we have about 80 students that attend the Armstrong Public School. High school, we start off with about 30 students that are transported out to Thunder Bay. Post-secondary, I think we're in around 30 students right now, but I'll give you a bit more detail as we move forward. So I figure this out. Which one? This one. So a little bit about our early child development. It provides a program focused on improving the health and social development of preschool children and their families. Strives to meet the emotional, social, health, nutritional, and psychological needs of the child. It offers programs that will culturally connect and spiritually root children in the traditional language and history of family, community, and nation. Involves parents, elders, and community members as much as possible. Of a variety of school readiness programs such as learning shapes and numbers, building vocabulary and reading, supervised indoor and outdoor playtime and gym activities, and nutritional snacks. I got extra papers up here just in case. Our elementary school, we've never had an elementary school on White Sand First Nation. They attend the Armstrong Public School. Probably back about 20 years ago when we first start going there, it was administered through the Northern District School Area Board, which was, I think at that time, very beneficial for White Sand. We did have 2 seats on that board. It was a very small school board. I think it was just Armstrong, White Sand, Collins, and Savant Lake. So we did have 2 appointed seats. I think there's 3 appointed seats out of Armstrong, and out of that, most of our members were on there. So we had 3 to 4 seats on that board. And then the province took that away because they amalgamated everything. At that point, we had to work with the Lakehead School Board out of Thunder Bay, who now administers that school. So we don't have any board seats. So we lost a lack of say of what our students would be, how their education would be, I guess, the programming and that sort of stuff. But over the time, we have a good working relationship now with the principal. I think the principal's been there. He came on as a teacher and he's been there for about 10 years. 10 years or so. He's moved to the community and that sort of thing. So that's been a huge benefit for us in the elementary school. So some stats. In 21-22, 92% of our grade 3 students were below the provincial standard. At that point, we engaged with a program called Chapter 1. It's a literacy program working with students from SK to grade 3. They hired and trained community members to work in the school. There's been a huge improvement In SK, the proficiency increased from 20 to 42%. The grade 1, the mastery of basic phonics increased from 20 to 40%, 74% at grade 1 skills, 43% reading at grade 1 level. In grade 2, again, the mastery of phonics increased from 48% to 68%. 74% are at the grade 2 skills. 54% reading at grade 2 level. I know I typed in something wrong there. I was in a rush. Grade 3, the mandatory of basic phonics increased from 10 to 45%. Proficiency increased from 33 to 66%. In 22-23 school year, 75% above the provincial standard. In 23-24, 77% above the provincial standard. So by us providing this program, we brought it into the school. We cover the costs into the Ontario school system, and it's increasing our students. So that's been a huge lift for us. Some of the other additional programming that we do for the elementary school is tools for math literacy, working with Lakehead University. We do have a hydroponic garden. We have brought in karate classes, cultural activities, food programming, United for Literacy Summer Camp, which also we feel is helping within the younger kids. Grade 8 reach ahead credit. So we do provide services to them that prior to them going into grade 9, they do have 1 credit. We try to get them to focus on fitness. And then we also do the National Archery in School programming. We also try to really promote hands-on learning, clean and prepare a goose. There's a picture of them preparing a goose, preparing salad and veggies from the garden for a meal. So our secondary school program, again, upon completing grade 8, we do not have a high school in White Sand or Armstrong, so they are transported to Thunder Bay. And we try to provide as much support to the students as possible. Again, leaving home, leaving their families, it makes it hard on the students at a young age. They got to surround or get used to new surroundings. You know, they've come from a small city or a small town community. Some of them probably have never been to Thunder Bay, so once they get there, it's hard on the students. I guess the fortunate thing, we are drive accessibility, so they do go home. We do try to get them home at least twice a month. And again, they got to be sent out to boarding houses. So with them being going into the boarding houses, it always is an issue. They struggle with attendance and required skills to finish high school. A lot of social and psychological issues. So we've been working closely with the staff with the high school staffs to try to identify those issues. We do have a youth mental health worker for planning of activities. A couple of years ago, we ran a program with one of our own post-secondary students in a social program, Awaken the Spirit, and it was to develop skills to be successful in life, where they did a lot of hands-on training, and including working with some elders. We found that beneficial. We're looking at offering that same program again this year. Oh, I want to go back. I want to talk a little bit more about secondary school. So again, I said we've had issues with the boarding program. 2 years ago, we didn't have enough houses. We went out and we purchased 2 houses, a female's house for 5 students and a male house for 5 students. We brought in like a living parent, a paid living parent. It didn't work out as good as we had anticipated. We didn't get the applications that we thought we would get people interested in doing it, but we did manage. So we're started our 2nd year on it. This year has been a huge improvement with the students, with their attendance. Again, we found a couple different individuals that are actually acting more like parents to them.
These are paid, it is a paid position. They stay in the house the 24 hours a day. So they're treating those students more like their kids, which is being a lot more beneficial. We are still working on getting more activities. We're also looking at the possibility of going out and purchasing more houses or one bigger type property similar to the home away program. Again, it's trying to find that property that would make sense for us and we can actually utilize to start having some of those cultural activities. The issue is that not like Sulicote, the high school would be a distance away from any property that we wanted to look at, getting outside the city of Thunder Bay. But again, I don't know if we could find the property to be able to do the cultural activities that we would want to do within the city. That's our secondary program. Post-secondary program, originally administered by Seven Generations program. 95 White Sand took over the administration of their program. They actually started their whole department at that point, and it was responsible for the administration of the educational budget. It says board, but it was a committee was developed to assist with the program coordinator with the selection of applicants. Each year, it is the intent of the program to provide as many applicants with the educational request in post-secondary. Again, it's dealing with some of the issues of it is a set budget, so you can't always fund everybody. We haven't been able to raise any of the living allowances. I don't know the last time that they were raised, just because we're trying to provide as much funding to the students as possible. So that program's been fairly successful over the years. In 22-23 school year, we funded 37 full-time and 3 part-time, 19 in college, 21 in university. Out of that, there was 6 recently graduated from high school, 13 returning students, and 21 new students. And when I say new students, I mean that they haven't recently graduated, so they're kind of adults that have actually wanted to go back to school. The majority were in social study programs of 12, preparatory studies of 10, health field 5, technology 5, science 3, business 3, and early childhood 2. Adult education. So in adult education, it was in the late 90s when we got back onto the reserve land. At that point, the First Nation made it mandatory. If you're on OW, you had to attend our adult education program. That is our current band office at this point. Eventually, it became non-mandatory, and there was a slight drop in attendance. Our people still wanted to go to school. I think we had over 80 people attending that at that point. And probably back then, the Armed Reserve population was about 300. So we had a huge attendance there. When they started that program, it was not funded. And we end up eventually going into a deficit, which ended us having to fight with ISK for the financing or for the funding. But it did cause us some financial issues. We felt that it was worth it at that point. What they had did was they worked through the school board at that time, the Northern District School Area Board, and they just let us charge the tuition to the school board. And that's who was providing the services, and we paid them. But at audit time, ISK wouldn't accept those tuition costs. But it was a gamble that White Sand was taking, and they thought it was well worth it at that point. So then we had stopped that program. The last program that we did run was Ontario Works with the Lakehead School Board. The Lakehead School Board was providing booklets for high school credits. The students wouldn't always follow through. We had attendance issues. It wasn't the same as the first round. Then Lakehead School Board moved away from providing the booklets. At that point, that program kind of come to a halt. A survey was completed, And there's approximately 70 that were interested in obtaining their OSSD certificate. So after the survey, the students completed the PLAR, and then they came up with a blended model of online real-time delivery with classroom support, virtual online lessons, interacting with students to ensure learning. Upon completion of lesson, in-class assistant worked with students to complete the assignment. So we did hire an in-class assistant. We also offer transportation, childcare, lunch, snacks, and flexible hours were offered for the students. The clients preferred to have classroom assistant rather than work individually, which also made it difficult. They wanted to be working with somebody in their classroom. In the first year, 8 students completed their OSSD certificate. Then COVID hit, and we haven't been able to get started with COVID since COVID ended. We are reevaluating at this time and also seeking funding. So that's our adult ed program. That's basically my presentation, but now I'll give you some of my comments. So we look at all of this and we talk about education. And I think one of the things that we're feeling in White Sand is, yes, it's education, but what are the health needs? What are the health issues? What are the social issues? What are those impacts on the students? Just starting at a very, very young age. What are the drugs doing into the communities now? Over the last few years, we've started to have gang activity within the communities, within our community that are coming in, and instead of just weed, it's all the hard drugs now. We have a few places that are trying to cook, so it's not just the education, it's the health impacts, the social impacts, all of those impacts that we're feeling affected by. And it is huge. We keep trying. Like I said, we're running on a staff of 3 that are running all of these programming. And I think that's pretty incredible that they're doing and what they're doing. We're currently just building up our child and family services department, which will also be starting to give assistance to the education with regards to counseling, try to provide more activities, and trying to make our community healthy, but also the students healthy, so they do have a fighting chance when they do come out to Thunder Bay to the high school. I think we've got a good run on the elementary school and providing those services. Now we really got to concentrate on our high school students. The one thing that I will notice with our students in the last 3 years, I think, our summer students, we hire every summer student. We always have. But 3 years ago, 2 years ago, I guess it was, we decided that we're going to have a carpentry course. So we got Resolute out of Thunder Bay. They donated all the lumber, and the students made picnic tables. And the work that they did on those picnic tables was amazing. I think that's the first time nobody really complained about having to go to work. They showed up on the weekend after it was done because they weren't finished. And they also requested that we spice it up a bit. So they wanted burning tools so they could put all their artwork on these picnic tables. And the job that was done was amazing. So year 2, the second year, again, we had a carpentry course and they built a shed and they were doing some other stuff, not quite the same. We try to add in a environmental program, trying to get people interested not only in the environment, but it was forest management, land-based protection, that sort of stuff. It didn't turn out that good. We didn't have as much, and the supervision and the carpentry wasn't as good. So lo and behold, we end up this summer. So we end up spending more money on our students. We hired a chef from Wendigo Catering. They gave us a great deal. We hired a chef and we had a cooking class. We hired a carpenter. He came in and he took students and they built, I don't even know, they built benches, then they built a gazebo. They actually did some home renovation work, 6-week programs. And that was awesome. All the ones in the cooking class, they all stayed completed. I think it was about 60% of the ones in the carpentry was all the females that completed. The males, the majority of the males dropped out because it was too hot. And then we also had our environmental class again, and I think we had 4 people in there that finished that. The nice thing about these activities is that for the 6-week program, working with the Lakehead School Board, those students will get 2 credits. So we've got the agreement that they will get 2 credits. Our grade 8 and 9 students, we put them through a course and they'll get 1 credit. They only do 3 weeks, our other ones do 6 weeks, so they get credits. So we find that very beneficial for our students and helping them as well. But, you know, we're finding a lot more issues, and it's, again, a lot of it is hands-on. I seen somebody talking about hands-on earlier, you know, and our students like that hands-on and they really get engaged in it. So that's one of the issues that we have, is trying to get more of that and working that into the grade 8s or the elementary school. So some of our other issues, again, I talk about the social issues, but also it's infrastructure. We lack the infrastructure to provide more of these programmings. We have reached out to Jordan's principal and made a couple applications and weren't successful on our early learning building because it's just being ran out of a trailer. You know, so we do need help there. We probably really could use help for the proposal writing aspect of it, because there are people out there that know how to get every cent out of Jordan's principal compared to other organizations, is what we're hearing out there. So those are some of our issues that we really need help on, is, you know, getting those facilities. We currently just have funding in right now for a wild game processing building. We went down a couple of weeks ago to look at one at Red Rock Indian Band, beautiful building. We've got that application going in. It's in as we speak. Again, to try to bring more back to cultural activities and somewhere where our students and younger people could learn more of the cultural harvesting, preparing their own food. But that's some of our ideas and what we're working along with some of our struggles. I don't know if Councillor Doblage in the back or Angela from our health department has any comments or anything that they'd like to speak on. But those are what I see as White Sands issues. Angie's got something. Angela.
Yeah, we're just going to use the microphone because we do have people online and we're also streaming. So thank you.
Okay, so our healthy child development is 0 to 6. And one of the things that we noticed when Craig was doing the stats of our up to the grade 3s, when COVID hit, we shut down basically the reserve. And one of the things that was shut down also was the Healthy Child Development Center. And that was closed for 2 years. And when you look back on the stats of the literacy of those children and their hands-on learning, that it shows the effect of not having that early childhood center. And now that we have it back up and running, you can see the difference in the kindergartners going to school. Again, with the good working relationship with the school principal, he's noticed a difference. We're hoping that if we get them young enough, like I said, it's 0 to 6 and they do a lot in that little trailer. You notice a difference when you start them young? And based on the successes of the summer student program, I just wanted to add that with the chef, we have 2 students interested in going to get their Red Seal certification to become chefs themselves. That's what I wanted to add.
Good.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Craig, and thank you. A lot of excellent work. And thank you very much. I know that we took more time than was allocated within the agenda. The agenda is just a guide. It's just a precursor to making sure that we cover as much material. But I also wanted to stress that, it's more important to hear from you because this is your meeting and this is your summit. And also too, it's good to share a lot of the programs that are being offered to the students and the diversity of programs and the collaboration that you will be embarking on over the next, tomorrow as well as, future. And it's all for our kids. We understand that we have a lot of challenges and we have a lot of issues, and those will be noted too. And we'll have to deal with those as well. But there's a lot of good work. So I really do applaud you. So if we can have a round of applause for for the panel people, Craig, as well as Amanda. Okay, now that we skipped, so we're going to skip health break and we're going to go into, no, I'm just kidding. So we'll take 15 minutes. So I do apologize. We did go over, but it was definitely needed. So if we could just take 15 minutes and we'll come back at 11:15. And if we end up early, then you'll have more of an extended lunch. Okay, miigwech.
Backyard being sun. Spring is everywhere, it's just begun. Who else gonna hold down things will change? Leave a might explode, make it fade. You gotta hold on, hold on. You found another lover, I'll be gone. But stay low, stay low. You found another lover, I'll be gone. What you say, crying, not one. Sick of all the worries that get you down. You always gonna hold that in there. The hollowness inside you can't return. But hold on, hold on. Hold on, lover, I'll be gone. But stay low, stay low. Hold on, lover, I'll be gone. And greedy love, try to shrug it off your shoulders. In the end, you'll never get us. Let it go. Reading all the obstacles can only make you stronger. Running through it all alone is difficult. You gotta hold on, hold on. You found another lover, now he's gone. You gotta stay low, stay low. She found a good lover, now he's gone. But hold on, hold on. She found a lover, he's gone. Just stay low, stay low. Backyard, feel the sun. Spring is everywhere, just something.
Haunted by memories of what we used to be. Oh, I can't escape. Now it's just you and me. It was supposed to be us. It's too hard to face. Wish we left it on us, so I could be mad. Even when you still let us down. Now we're just two people running from the past. So if I can have you, and have somebody like you, somebody like you, somebody like I'm okay, now everything's changed. My feelings haven't. There's someone that I can replace you, 'cause I can't erase you. We left it on us, so I could be mad. Even though you still let us out. Now we're just two people running from the past. So if I can have you, and have somebody like you, somebody like you, somebody like somebody like
I used to play it safe and never rolled the dice. Too scared to catch a wave or swim against the tide. My father always said, "Oh son, take my advice, go live that life, go live that life." Deep down there's a part of the line. Sometimes I learn to hear and spend all the time in my way. Going down to the river of the highest mountain. It's very never, cause the fields and the meadows have me counting hours, I'll find myself again.
Okay, let's begin after our break here. So thank you very much for the presenters who had presented this morning. That was a lot of information, a lot of good information. And now we're at the last item for the morning. So we have online Janice Jansen, who works with the Northern Anishinaabe Education Council post-secondary program. So she'll be doing a presentation and then we'll be allowing for some time for some questions. We've had to shorten her presentation a little bit. But we'll end off at noon hour or earlier if the presentation and the question period is not lasts a little bit less than what's allocated. So without any further ado, I'll ask Janet to take it over. Good
afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just going to share my screen. Can everyone see this?
Yes.
Okay, great. As Murray introduced me, my name is Janice Jansen. You'll see my name here on the list. I'm a post-secondary counselor and work for the NNEC Post-Secondary Student Support Program. I've been in this role now for a couple of years. However, I was a student through the program back in the 90s, and Murray was actually my post-secondary counselor. So it was nice to see him today. Okay, so just a little bit about the program. Most of you are probably familiar with the post-secondary program, but we just want to give a recap and a review because there have been some changes. So of course, NNEC represents 23 First Nations communities, and we fund students, post-secondary students all across Canada and a little bit in the US. So I just wanted to include a map of Canada to show West Coast, East Coast, and everywhere in between. Our students are attending post-secondary institutions. And of course, our representative communities are 23 there that we fund.
Janice, just to,
Yes.
sorry to interject. I don't know if you're following the actual PowerPoint presentation.
Oh,
but-
yes, I am.
Yeah, so that's not showing, and if we could have a picture of you too, that would be helpful as well, okay?
I'm so sorry, I'm technologically challenged. I wouldn't know how to do that. So
Okay.
it's not showing the screen NNEC First Nation communities?
It says post-secondary student support program, so it's at the title page. And it's basically, you have to click onto the slideshow. It says from the beginning in the top left-hand corner.
Oh, okay, let me see. Sorry, my apologies. Let's
And then
see
if you
what
could turn on your camera too, just so that we could see it, that'd be great as well.
Oh, my camera is on. Oh, I apologize. Let's see. So
Well, yeah.
just the one page.
Yeah, so all you have to do is click onto the PowerPoint in the top left-hand corner. It says from the beginning, and that'll put on your PowerPoint show.
Okay, that's where I thought I was.
As all we see is just the actual PowerPoint presentation application, and it's not in the slideshow mode.
Oh, no. Okay, I'm trying to get out of this PowerPoint. And it's, oops. Okay, how do I get out of this? Okay.
There you go, that's better.
Okay, so actually we'll just go this way then.
Okay, perfect. And if you
Okay.
could, from the beginning, click onto that from the beginning, because it'll throw you into the PowerPoint.
Okay, now I'm from the beginning. Can you see the map of Canada?
Yeah, so we'll just proceed that way, okay? Thank you.
Okay. All right, so if you could see the map, just as I was saying, across Canada, the students, we are funding students right now. Locally, Leona, unfortunately, she's in presenting at the NAN conference, so she would have been the one doing this. She primarily has a portfolio of students attending institutions in Thunder Bay, so Lakehead University, Confederation College. I work primarily with students attending institutions outside of Thunder Bay, and Sky Fiddler assists students attending the Oshki Pimagewin, Oshki Wenjack programs, as well as assisting, but we service all the students. There are the communities, so hopefully you're seeing the slides as I'm presenting.
Janice, we only see the NNEC PSSSP slide. That's
Okay. I'm going to have to get out of there again and then just go one by one.
That'd probably be best. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. My apologies. Okay, so there's the map, our communities, and how to apply. So as we no longer have a fax machine, students are to contact our office. So there are our email addresses. Students can contact us for an application. So there is a 3-page application. The application itself, student rights and responsibilities form, and a consent to release form. And I will show you what that looks like. And hopefully you can see this. So it's a fillable form. However, there are some glitches to it, and we are working on it. So this is a standard application form that's been around for a while. So we would send this out to you, students sign the consent, so that if we need to contact the institution for some information in terms of transcripts, we can access those. And the Charter of Student Rights and Responsibilities. It's very important for students to know their rights as a funded student and their responsibilities as a funded student, as well as us as the employees of the organization. So that is the application. Oops. Oh, where did it go? Oh, there we go. And then we also provide a required document list. So we include that with the application package so that students know what is required to accompany the application. So the first 3 items are that package that I just showed you, and that's not required immediately.
Hi, Janice. Sorry
yes.
to interject, but we can't even see the form.
Oh, my
I
goodness.
don't know if there's technical issues or whatnot, but I don't know if we can rectify it from our end, but I don't think we can. So it's so we can't see the form. All we just see
Okay.
is the NMC funding application forms, 24 PDF, and then another HTTPS link.
Okay, my apologies again. It works fine on my end, but yeah, I guess I should have had a test run with someone. Basically, that checklist shows the documents that are required additionally with the application. And as we go further, then it'll kind of explain itself as well. So application and deadline dates. So if a student wishes to attend for the spring summer session, so spring summer 2025 is coming up. So April 15th is the deadline date for that. And students wanting to attend the fall 2025 term, May 15th is the deadline date. And official transcripts due from students who are attending grade 12 and continuing successful students. We have this soft deadline date of July 15th. However, we will accept beyond that date as well. And the deadline date for required documentation, as indicated on that student checklist, is July 15th as well. And again, it's a soft deadline date. We like to have things come in because we are dealing with institutions all across Canada, and they have different deadline dates for transcripts, sponsorship letters, that kind of thing. So that's why we like to have some deadline date in place. And of course, our winter intake, November 15th is the deadline date for the winter 2025 term. And again, just highlighting the student rights and responsibilities. That document that you couldn't see just shows what's expected of a student when they accept funding. That there is the expectation that they will check in with us, pass their classes, let us know if there's anything going on with them initially, that kind of thing, so we can work with the student. And eligibility is a big part of the funding process. So as we receive applications prior to the deadline date, we look over them to see where they are for eligibility purposes, what their priority is. So we do have 4 priorities. Priority 1 are continuing successful students, and successful we mean by meeting the minimum GPA, overall GPA average of 63% or higher. That's in place because that's what a student would need to graduate at the end of their studies. So we like to see that every year. However, we do work with students if they're below that. And of course, new grade 12 graduates from our communities are eligible for funding. They are considered priority 1. And priority 2 are continuing successful self-funded students. So if a student didn't do well for some reason or left their program early in the first or any semester for that matter, we would they would fund themselves and they would pick them up. We would pick them up again for funding the following semester. That's relatively new. Before, we used to have a time period where a student would have to sit out. At one point it was 5 years. Another point it was 2 years. But now, in order to get students back into school, that's what's come into play. If they fund themselves for semesters, submit a transcript showing they passed all their classes, and then resume their studies. So priority 3, first-time mature students, no grade 12, and priority 4, previously funded unsuccessful students. We don't usually have any money in any given academic year to fund priority 3 and priority 4. However, if someone in priority 3 or priority 4 funds themselves for a semester, then they can move to priority 2 and get funded. So that's how the eligibility is working right now. And so approved applicants receive partial or entire financial aid for the tuition. Why we say partial is because if a student, and we do have some students right now who are attending schools in the US, so we give them equivalent to what a Canadian post-secondary institution would charge. We don't pay their full US dollars, the tuition. So they may receive partial tuition payment. But other than that, Canadians, we pay, if a student attends school in Canada, we'll pay the full tuition. For books, we're giving $500 upfront at the start of every semester. And if books exceed that amount, they'll be reimbursed for the amount over. And if they're eligible for travel, if they have to relocate to attend school, then they get 3 travel allotments. So to school, return travel at Christmas, and travel at home. And living allowance, I have a chart I'll show what the current rates are. But a single student, the maximum is $10,800. And so either they will receive that in a living allowance, $1,350 per month, or $10,800 for maximum. And we do cover all required course materials. However, students will have to submit receipts for that and get reimbursed. And we do also offer tutoring. We'll pay for tutoring as well if they're finding it difficult to get matched with someone at the institution they're attending. We offer that service as well. And of course, we do offer support beyond the finances. So social counseling, that means if someone is having some personal things, we will connect them to resources within the institution and sometimes outside of the school, if need be. Academic counseling, career counseling. So we're always working with students on pathways to graduate. And sometimes they don't look like, of course, a linear pathway. Lots of different turns. Sometimes students realize this isn't what they wanted to do and they change programs after first, second, or even third year sometimes. So we do work with students. We do offer printing at our office here. And of course, that doesn't work for the students outside of Thunder Bay, but we also have a computer room in our office here on William Street. It's nice, it's new. And we do have sometimes meet and greets and events at the office. So I think Katie Brown's going to be bringing in some of the high school students from Pelican to meet and greet with us. So, and then of course, regular check-ins with students. This right now is midterm season. So I've been receiving a lot of updates from students this past week and last week, just seeing how they're doing and if they need any support. Okay, so a bit of what we do not offer. We do not have a boarding home program. We do not have an on-call driving service. We do not offer living allowance advances. We do not cover first and last month's rent. And we do not cover residence fees over $10,800 for a single student. So unfortunately, a student would have to pay, and we have students right now, because $10,800 for residence fees. Some have mandatory meal plans, and you know they're having to pay out of pocket because it is a supplemental program. What we offer, it doesn't cover all the expenses, and this services we do not offer is primarily for students coming out of high school. In particular, our DFC and Pelican, because they have those services, and you know the transition to post-secondary, sometimes they're you know not seeing what they saw or had there, and that's unfortunate. I mean, limited dollars, that's all we have. Of course I'd love to see more, but this is what we have currently. And our funding amounts, a single student will receive $1,350 per month. Single student, one child, $1,650. Single student, two children, $1,855. Single student, three children, $2,055. So that's not a lot. And the rates change if there's a working spouse. And of course, these rates are subject to change at any point. But this is what we've had now for a few years. Okay, and just an example, Sky had made this slide to show a single student who's receiving the maximum amount for the year if they wanted to attend, stay in residence. So potential students, they have to apply months in advance. Most students aren't aware and they end up on a waiting list. So if you are speaking to some of the students in your communities, let them know they need to apply early for residence. And again, I explained it before, if the residence fees and meal plan exceed the $10,800, students have to pay that themselves. But if a student comes to Thunder Bay and stays at Sibley Hall, it's an excellent deal where Sky has the example here. So they charge $5,000 for the academic year. It covers a single dorm and meal plan. So they would get $10,800 minus the $5,000 for the fees. They're left with $5,800. We would divide that by the 8 months that they're in school. So they would get $725 monthly allowance. So they'll have a place to stay. And the rooms are really nice. We've toured them. They have they're roomy. They have a desk. They have a bathroom. And plus they would get the small meal plan and then $725 per month living expenses for themselves. So that works out to be quite a good deal. And then, of course, because our program is a supplemental program, we encourage students to apply to grants and bursaries. So we have students applying for OSAP where they could just accept the grant portion only. They don't have to take the loan. And a single student could get anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000 additional. And most institutions help them with that. They have Indigenous student support services at all the institutions, and they can help a student, walk a student through that application process. Inspire, the second one, they give a lot of money out. A lot of our students receive monies from them as well. And NIP, trust, grants, and bursaries, we encourage students to apply there. And most colleges and universities offer in-house bursaries. So we get a lot of feedback that students apply to them and receive at Christmas time, some anywhere from $500 to a couple $1,000 there. Okay, and I did have an infographic of a quick snapshot about this presentation that I could email to and some of the other documents that I wasn't able to open. So I'm not even going to try to open this one either. That's too bad. Oops. And then again, our address in Thunder Bay on William Street. Our contact, well, we don't have a fax anymore. We got to take that out. And Leona Scanlon is the head post-secondary counselor, Sky Fiddler and myself, and Mary Menzies, the database clerk out of the Sioux Lookout office. So we are down a couple employees in the department, but we're getting along as best we can. And that's it for the presentation portion. And I apologize again for not being to access the documents and not being able to have the side view where you can see me as well. So I'll close this, but are there any questions?
Yes, okay. So if we could get Matthew to hand the phone, just make sure the mic's on. And then Leslie Anderson has a question for you, Janice.
Okay.
Apologize, I might have missed it while you were presenting, but how many communities does NNAC fund for post-secondary?
23. I did have the list there. So let's see if I can bring that back up.
And when we look at funding for the 23 communities, is the fund based on first come, first serve?
No. It's based on, of course, continually successful students, grade 12 graduates. So grade 12 grads are guaranteed funding regardless. And students who are currently, I had that up on that chart as well, where it's based on a priority system. So I'm sorry, maybe I missed what you were asking, if there's any way we wouldn't fund someone?
Yeah, so one thing that we find with some of the post-secondary students who struggle is that if they attend, just say first semester, and a full-time student has to have 4 and more courses to be considered for that. If they fail one course, then their funding sometimes has been revoked, and it takes them a while, up to 2 years, in order to receive funding again. Or students are told that they have to pay back the tuition before sponsorship can happen. Is that still an ongoing thing, or how does that work?
Oh, that's a good question. Yes. So sometimes we will present that to them. If it's not a large amount, we would say if it was a 1350, or if they wanted to pay it back, or they could fund themselves, because funding themselves for a whole semester would cost sometimes way more than they would owe. So we like to work with them, and sometimes we will just say, okay, maybe take 2 or 3 courses and then self-funding. We want to make it the most economical way possible for the student to get back their funding. But if they just drop a course and have done well otherwise, we will continue to fund them. The problem is if it's more than 2 or 3 classes, say half, then we will typically ask them to fund themselves, but definitely not if they've completed that full semester. We wouldn't ask them to pay that full semester back. They would just have to self-fund for 1 semester and then resume their studies.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have another question, Janice. Anscombe First Nation, maybe if you could identify yourself and what your role is.
Hi, Janice. My name is Amanda Sanawap, and I'm the Assistant Director of Education for Picanscombe Education Authority. So my question is for post-secondary students that go apply for college, university, with the rising cost of housing, is there any help that NNEC does for these students? Because a lot of the housing is way more than what the living allowance is.
Yes, thank you for that question. And that is a huge concern of ours as well. And that's where the bursaries, of course, Inspire, the OSAP, just taking the grant portion, not the loan portion, comes in. But yeah, something actually, has to be done. I mean, we haven't received any top-ups in years. So our program really needs, some attention, especially in that regard, because unfortunately, there isn't anything that we can do in terms of other than what's allotted for the living allowance.
We have a student that's going to university in Toronto, or I think it might be in Toronto. We've had to help him with his and offset his living allowance. So that's just one thing we're doing for one of our students.
Oh, okay. That's good to hear. And unfortunately, I mean, that is sad to hear at the same time, because we've heard of another community doing that as well. And, I mean, ideally that should not even be. And, I'll take this feedback to Leona as well. And, the upper levels here. Yeah, it's been capped for so long. I'd like to see that at least doubled. And then again, I mean, I guess we could, but we would have to fund fewer students. And we like to fund all the grade 12 grads. We like to fund all the continuing successful students. And so it's weighing the pros and the cons of that. So, I mean, definitely good for discussion, what you brought up. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other further questions, Amanda? Okay. Nothing in the front here. And add your name and what your
Hi,
says.
I just want to say hi to, I don't know where your camera is. I wanted to say hi to Janice. She supported me when I was in post-secondary with all my children. So that's great. And how you all supported me, advocated for me, was very for me to finish my education. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your prayers.
Thank you. Can I have your name, please? Pardon? Carla, last name? Carla Duncan, thank you to Carla.
Oh, hi, Carla. Thank you so much for your kind words. Very much appreciated. Oh, we love to hear
Questions?
from former students.
Any other questions? Oh, we have one in the back, Jonathan Gregg from Independent First Nations Alliance.
Hello. Thank you. I'll just say thank you, Janice, for putting me through school in my, although the 1145, 2003, with my Guzis Christian and my wife, I think we got 1145. Majin Gibao Nieman. We starved.
Yeah.
But good thing that good thing my parents loved me and my children. They fed us about, I think it was about $500. She would take us to Superstore and buy us food. It was about $500 a month we needed for food. I could pay rent, had enough for my vehicle, gas. We had to bum clothes, but my mom gave us about $500 a month for groceries, and that's what kept us through school. So I just want to know that, you know, I know we're always fighting with NNEC and we always see we're grossly underfunded, but now that I'm in economic development, one of the things that I want to look at is housing for students and housing for our people. We're working on a project with the chiefs and a few other tribal councils and talking about providing housing for our people at all aspects of life. I just want to say that one of the things we'll be reaching out is to our educators, is ways to have homes for colleges, because you know, as Anishinaabe, we always have kids young, and that's the reality. So when people come out to school, we need to try to provide housing for them to accommodate their families. And that's something that I think is very important when you go to school, to maintain that sense of family and community, having an affordable, safe environment for them to go to school. Because when you're going to school, the first thing is having the extra stresses of shelter and food on your mind does take away from your studies. So that's something that we'll be working on with it, address our post-secondary members to have a better education. Again, I just want to say thank you to NNEC, to Leona and them, always trying to find extra funds for these kids. And those little extra supports. I got you.
Well, thank you very much. That was great. Yes, and I agree 100%. Housing has always been an issue, and you said a key word there, safe housing and affordable housing. Absolutely, and families. It would be ideal, some institutions, to be creative around that. And thank you for what you're doing there. That is great news.
Thanks, Janice. Any other questions? Any other questions for Janice? I have one, Janice. There was a discussion about community-based professional development initiatives, particularly in the area of teaching, as well as tutor escorts, and I know it's based on community-based model. But I know that the program in the past sometimes haven't sort of initiatives, especially in those types of areas where it is a post-secondary program, and I know it's coupled with the employment obligations as well. But I know that programs in the past. So does NNC still provide or else allocate a portion of the budget to entertain any community-based initiatives, such as a teacher, like a community-based teacher education program?
Yes, actually, Sandy Lake currently has a BEd program, and Sky has that portfolio. So yes, there are dollars for that. I think Pekanjigam, we just had a project start this year. and Leona's been managing that portfolio, but absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Janice.
Mhm.
And sorry for the technical difficulty that you're having. And I just wanted to ask the group here, are there any further questions but before we close for lunch? Okay, with that, thank you very much, Janice, and really appreciate your presentation. So on behalf of the group here, thank you. Miigwech.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful rest of the session.
So it's now 11:52, so we're ahead of schedule. So so that just means that we'll just take an extended lunch. So lunch is ready, and please do have lunch, and if you want to take a small break, but please be back for 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. And we'll be having the Indigenous Services Canada presentation, elementary and secondary school. And I also do believe that's an online presentation as well. So we've allocated a lot of time because there's a lot of material to cover, as well as we wanted to give you as participants an opportunity to ask the questions that you need from Indigenous Services Canada too. Okay, so we'll have Ramona Merritt as well as Brittany Simpson from Indigenous Services Canada. So have a great lunch, everyone, and miigwech.
When the night is coming and the fires are burning, when my soul is lonely, you are here by my side. Always. You are here by my side. Always. When my heart is healing, with every breath that I'm breathing, oh, I just know there's no, you're not here by my side. You are here by my side, always. In our own perfect paradise, the sun is toasted and in your eyes. When the waves started flooding the shore, your yellow power is what we do in this world. It feels like I'm drowning now. Oh, Ways to turn it around. Can we just keep holding on? Always do it, and we're on. What we feel and move on. Just hold on. Before we lose it all. I'm not ready to lose you now. I'm not ready. We can turn this around. I'm not ready. Not ready to make that call. Not ready to lose it all. If we thought that we had survived, you're afraid that we might satisfy. Turn to strangers in the night. Stop give up before we try. Feel like I'm drowning now. I'm not ready to lose you now. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Not ready to make that call. Not ready to lose it all. Leaving on the phone line. I'm holding on to my pride. Save a little love if you want it. Yes, I need it all now. I need something to break me apart. I needed reasons to open my heart. I couldn't take everything that you are. I was trying to break us from the start. Don't wanna lose your love. Now that there is no place left to go, I've been trying to make this on my own. But I've been trying to get back to your love. Yes, I need it all now. I need something to break me apart. I needed reasons to open my heart. I couldn't take anything that you are. I was trying to break us from the start. Yeah, don't want to put your love. Don't want to lose your love. Don't want to lose your love. Someone who's waiting for me to stay. Anyone you notice around from all of the signs I feel when there's no one to far from the place I feel when all of the far away. Looking at me, all of my words you stop all these questions, running from my head, wondering how it could be without all the silence I feel when there's nowhere left to go. Out of the darkness I feel when all of the lights are out. Out of the darkness I feel when all of the lights are on. Oh, I don't remind me of someone, remind me of someone, sorry. Just in case, baby, remind me of someone, remind me of someone in you. But I can't let this go, 'cause you left me so broken, you walked out. Now I
I'm feeling sad. Oh, I wanna trust the silence, telling me I'm on your mind without saying it out. I can make it easy for each other. I can make it easy. I can call it out. Baby, let's just see. That's what's getting
I've been in isolation. Could never find a passion. Couldn't find the right style to dress me up. And now I just can't get enough. Turn me into something so tired. You look on me. No one fits me better. You look on me. The perfect brown sweater.